Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to another part in the V0 upgrade. So, good morning, are you kidding? Hey, Tuxedo, hey, Lucas, hey, Little Brat, hey, Bill, hey, Brian, hey, are you kidding? Hey, Shammy, how is everyone doing? What else do we have? James, Tuxedo, Andres, Mad Cat, Nick, TJ, Rushmere. How is everyone this fine Sunday? Hey, Martin and Scope UK and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hey, Chris. Welcome. Redacted, Poity, Cully. Hey, David. Hey, Andrew. Hey, John. Hey, Don't Knock It. It is a good day, and my voice is much better. It may not be perfect yet, and I may still be clearing my throat a little bit, but much better. Hopefully YouTube is feeling better as well. So if anybody didn't happen to make it last week, YouTube was having a lot of problems. So we had a short stream where we continued some wiring on there, but we cut it short at the Reprap Firmware portion because I think that's important. It's something I haven't covered yet, and I didn't want to do that when YouTube was having trouble. So, hey, Mr. Grinch, hey, Polar Ted, hey, Ram. James and Thomas and Arthur and Frank. How is everybody? YouTube is a lot better. Awesome. So, time change. So hopefully everybody has noted that because the time has changed for us here and it is an hour earlier or an hour later. What is that? Tohos, thanks for being a member. So a few things. We have the regular Polymaker filament giveaway. Let me make sure it's working. I am getting entries, so it's working. That will be at the 3-hour mark. Last week was the first and only, hopefully, one where we actually didn't require the person to be here because of the trouble YouTube was having and me doing it at an odd time. So, Barnyard, congratulations. Hopefully you got my email. So, Polymaker filament giveaway at the 3-hour mark. That's 1 p.m. my time. There is a special, I'm a guest on the Meet the Maker stream, West 3D hosts. That's going to be a blast. That is 7 hours from now. So we have a hard cutoff of 7 hours for this stream. We'll probably go about 4. That gives me enough time to relax in between streams. So is that the last change we will see here? I don't know. I don't know what the status of the permanent time daylight savings time or whatever they end up doing is. So, hey Brian, thanks for being a member. Hi TT. Hey Phil. Only 7 hours. So, yeah, the Meet the Maker stream right after the, here, let me actually do it right now. Let me post a link in chat. I'm not going to pin it because the Polymaker giveaway is the pinned post, but let's put a link in there right now. Let's see, share, copy. So here we go. Not live yet, but that is where we shall be in 7 hours. So first time actually making it to a live. Welcome, Danny. Watch many of the recordings. Hope everyone's having a good day. Me too. I'm having a good day. We're going to make some progress. We're actually going to get into Reprap Firmware today, but we need to do a couple more things, I realize, before we get there, because we're going to be going through the new Reprap Firmware configurator, and I want all the basic functions plugged in and exactly where they're going to be. So we need to do filament runout sensor, and we need to install the electronics cooling fan. So let's see. Awesome, you're here, Barnyard. Congratulations again. Yeah, YouTube failed us last week. So, Shammy, thanks for being a member on multiple accounts. Yes, and last week I'm not counting towards we still hit 200 likes in 2 hours. So I think it counts. We need to hit 300 likes in 3 hours though this week to really drive home that last week was YouTube's fault. So, Ian, thank you for being a member. 18 months. Awesome. Hey, Jaeger. So last week we pretty much finished wiring. Let me grab a couple of spools of filament because that works pretty well to set this thing upside down on because the tool head sticks up. So we got the tool head wiring. Oh, there's the other account, Shammy. And then we got there is a wire here. So this is a, from the tool head NeoPixel signal wire. My plan is probably to use a WLED module here. And there's in the new Reprap firmware, there is a way of communicating with that using M something TPP or something. Did I get that right? Is it MTTP? Anyway, but that won't be on this stream or maybe the series. We'll see. And then on the bottom, we have all of this done. So KB3D, we got everybody with their monthly announcements. That's awesome. Hey, Joseph. Yeah, I feel a lot better. I've gotten some good night's sleep without waking up and having to change rooms because I keep my wife awake if I cough too much. So I haven't had to do that in a few days. Let's see. He's trying to relive its youth. Thunder Keys, thanks for being a member. Not sure what's changed, but the last 2 streams I can access the Polymaker giveaway. Never been able before. Interesting. Hey, Cyber. Oh boy, I scrolled up. Where am I? MTTQ, maybe that's it. Yep. PF Dennis, thanks for being a member. XR Bunker, thanks for being a member. No chocolate. Yeah, so I really wanted to order a Cocoa Press. When pre-orders were happening, I had a very full next many months. I only stream once a week, so my builds were already pretty much accounted for. So I didn't pre-order one. I think it's an awesome project. Ellie seems to be an awesome person from the interactions I've had with her at the events. I think it's a great project to support. I just didn't have time because really it would have to be content because I wouldn't be selling chocolate prints. It would be sitting on my kitchen counter. So MQTT. Okay, it's one of those. It's M's and Q's and T's in there. John, thank you for being a member. I am way behind. Steve Clark, hello. Tuxedo and Don't Knock It, members. Bill's a member. Hey, B. McNichol. Rushmere's a member. Everybody should do it. It counts. Hey, Alan. Hey, Colin. Derek. Thomas. Oh, I'm almost caught up. Maurice. And Arthur. I was told don't even think about it. Oh, the chocolate printer. Let's see. Hey, Jay. Where is it coming from? Obi-Wan, thanks for being a member. Nice to see Reprap Firmware. I have that on the rail core. Yeah, so I have a little bit of experience with Reprap Firmware. I think enough to where I can kind of follow along the right path, but this is still a learning experience for me. It's a new version. I've only flashed the firmware a couple of times on machines, so. Hey, Steven. I also have the underwire done. Congratulations, Redacted. Hey, Gentech. Okay, and Steve, the other Steve, another Steve. Let's figure this out. So I have a 30mm fan that is going to mount with the V0, the regular V0 bracket, however, just oriented differently. So normally this would go, I think, right here, and the fan would point up into the back panel, but I don't need it to do that. I just want some airflow across all of this. And just general airflow, I think, is gonna be enough. I'm not straining any of this. So that's gonna go in there like that. And there's another piece here, which means I might have to pull my stepper wire out of this channel and just set it to the side. And then this goes in here and that clamps on there. Nathan, thanks for being a member. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, BBs. Hey, Danny. Okay, so that's gonna go there. Little 30mm fan is gonna go there. And that is going to, I already did a measurement. It should clear my bottom panel just fine. And that'll actually get turned around and go that way. So, hey, Evil. I think I said thanks for being a member, right, Nathan? Thanks, Nathan. Okay, where are we? We are at, my voice is, well, we'll see what happens at hour 3, how my voice is. Hey, Jokernut. Hey, Biney. Okay, so I need a couple of heat sets. So let me get my heat set press out here. And plug it in, get it heating, because I still haven't changed that iron to a better iron. But that'll be good enough. Okay, so that's right there. This is right there. Hey, MG. So fan and filament out sensor, I think we need to build and wire in, and then we'll be feature complete, because we'll still have a NeoPixel going to the Kirigami bed. So we'll have some configuration for NeoPixel. We'll have all the steppers installed. Let's look at, while that's heating up, let's look at where I'm gonna plug this fan in. I don't think we're gonna print today, Biney. I think we're gonna have a full time of getting things configured. We will hopefully make it move, homing, all that kind of stuff. What do we got? James, thanks for the gifted memberships. Fire up the printer after 6 months. Nice. Okay. So if we go over here, I don't know why I have a new tab there. Let's close this. We're going to go back to the Mini 5 Plus page here. And I need to find another fan output. So I have the hot end and the part cooling fan into the regular ones. What is another good output for a fan? We have some medium current outputs. Let's see. Look what happened. What happened? Okay, let's get down here to the wiring diagram. These are our 2 part cooling fans. I think these other 2 will work. We can just do out. So do these 2 pins here. Oops. We'll go out 3 or 4, and we go between, this is a low current out, and out 3, between those 2 pins, is that right? Ram, you have a second account? Am I reading this right? Out 3. Let's look at out 3 here. Out 3 and 4, intended for PWM controllable fans or other medium low control loads. Flyback diodes are built into these outputs, connector fixed standard. Alternatively, a 2-pin fan may be connected between the V out low current 1 plus and the out number. Okay, we're good. We're gonna plug it into one of those. So, no. That is where we're gonna plug it in. So that means this is going to go right here. And I think I'm gonna run this. I mean, that's basically just gonna plug in. Although I think I'll take it through the zip ties here. Maybe I'll go here and run a little longer wire, intentionally longer wire, just so I have some flexibility later. So let's get this thing. Let's get some heat sets in here. Jay, thanks for the gifted memberships. Oh, this is... Whoa, I got a messy desk over here. Okay, let's go through right there. Not the greatest for blurry. Focus is not down here, but that's okay. This is a quick couple of heat sets. There we go. And turn that off. Couple of heat sets. This goes in there, and then a couple of button heads. Let's see if these are what I want. Yeah. It's like right like that. Oh, a couple more heat sets. I need to put the fan on somehow. So let's turn this back on. Hopefully it's still hot enough. Yeah. Go. All the heat sets. So if this goes here, this goes in. Move the stepper wire out of the way. Goes like that. Kind of annoying that that doesn't actually tighten down. What can I do about that? Let's put a little piece of VHB or something in there to get that to tighten down. Hey, Joe. I think a little piece of VHB in there will stick it in place, and I don't want it to vibrate. This might be too much, but tweezers. Now I got to position it better. Make sure I get it the first time. Be right there. Hey, napping. I don't catch those stepper wires there. Move that well out of the way for a moment. And this can set in there, and that still sets. Now that's in a good spot. I think I'm gonna go right like these wires to stay in their little thing. It's just a And that's gonna go right like that. That'll just blow across the area. So what size am I gonna want for this? That's too short. So whatever the next size is up from this. So I guess I need a 16 millimeter. 16. Where are those? It's long. Where are the medium length? Where? Aha, they're over here. There we go. Hey Luke, welcome. Sorry, told you I'd be clearing my throat occasionally. Never actually cooled a duet board and never had an issue, but it can't hurt. I agree. I don't think it's going to be needed, but this is part of the V0.2 as well. So it can't hurt, and I can turn it down. There. So that'll just go like that. And that seems to be nicely tucked in there too. And it'll just blow generally across the board. Then this wire will go down just like that. Get zip tied there, and then follow the path. Just checking my wire lengths. And then it's gonna plug into, oh, it's gotta plug in over here. I was backwards. It plugs in over here. Never mind. This works even better. Goes right over here and plugs in right there. So let's cut it right there. You want cooling on the underside of the board? Yes, absolutely. All of these TMCs, when they're designed into the board correctly, have thermal vias that they set against, and the heatsink and cooling should be on the other side of the board. That is true. But the board is kind of heating up, so any airflow I get under here is probably going to be okay. Did you see Pooch's video on the last Pruso Live? No, I didn't. What was up? What was going on with that? Hey, Sanity. Hey, Pezlas. I didn't see you in there. Welcome. Okay. Wire strippers. Wire crimpers. Hey, D. Norris. Finally got to get on to watch, been super busy. Had to do it too, Wi-Fi under a Delta heat bed without cooling, and it worked fine, so you're probably good as long as you don't push it for maximum burr. Yeah. It will be good. Wife was trying to get him down for an hour, and I took him on stream. Began. Now he's out. Awesome. And this will be a 4-pin connector. And to reschedule and solid fork delivery to tomorrow. Pooh played a vid of, I think, his tour of Earth. Oh, awesome. Did I show up? Steve, you need Knipex auto wire stripper. I have a pair. I bought after visiting them at SEMA last year? I think it was last year. They work okay. I was really looking for something that worked really well with PTFE wire. And it's not really, I mean, it works okay, but just a good sharp manual stripper is what I like. Okay, where, oh, there they are. I asked him about you and he said you were just too busy for him to get you on cam. Oh, yeah. The Trident build was a blast, but it was a weekend monopolizer, which was fine. I needed a distraction. It was a great distraction. Okay, what orientation is this gonna go and which pin are we gonna use? So I wanna make sure I'm not twisting these wires around. Here. So if we, let's see, zoom out a little bit. There we go. I want to go 3. Let's go 4. Let's go 4, and the positive pin is closest to power there. So if this is 4, which is right here, and the positive pin is closest to power, that means I'm going to crimp this like that. I am barely 3 weeks from departing for Smurf. That's nuts. I don't have time. Monopolizer, the word is exhausting. Hey, Jackie. Let's see. Hybrid Robotics, hello. Hey, Sir Guy. I just got here from a volunteer trail making. I'm gonna get a quick lunch and take a shower. Awesome. I actually went for a run this morning. I've actually been running quite a bit. Well, with my cough, I took about a week off. But before that, I've been running for 3 days a week. So I think I'm on probably about my 10th run in the last few weeks. So 2.5 miles this morning. Felt good, didn't have to stop. Okay, I did all of that and I still did it wrong. I did all of that and I still did it wrong. I'm gonna have to cross them. That sucks. Okay, so that is out 4 right there. And positive right there. I just moved into my own place after several months of living in shelters. Congratulations. That is exciting. Okay, so that is going there, and then I will clean up the zip ties, redo those here in a moment. Let's do the filament out sensor. So I'm gonna pull this off. 40 kilometers with the bike today. Awesome. Oh, hey, Brendan. Welcome. I think I got this right. So, second pin from power, the power side of the board is, yep, voltage out, low current 1. And then the last pin is the switch ground, basically out 4. Oh, I got Brendan here. I'm a little, how does my, I'm curious how my wiring, my layout rates. Hey, old crazy eyes. PF Dennis, thank you for the gifted memberships. Okay, so I'm hoping I can pull this corner out. I've been sitting on my, hey K2, hey Kevin. Oh, I gotta pull this side. Okay, so now this, pull this screw all the way out. Let's just pull the back panel off. Here we go. First time watching this series, what prompted you to go with Reprap? Because I wanted to do something different. We've done Clipper on every build, so I wanted to do something different. I have some experience with Reprap, and I want more. So, thank you and everyone. It's been an extremely difficult few months for me, but I'm through it all now. Awesome. Let's see. I'm doing the exact same thing with a Mini right now. Yours is looking awesome. Thank you. Hey, Sean. Call outs. Oops. Okay, so we have, this is new to the latest revision of the V0. I have no experience with it, so we are going to learn together. It looks like there's a little, maybe that's a zip tie mount for wiring. Yeah. I need a cullet, a little ECAS connector there. I may have to go and grab that. I forgot about that. I remembered the bearing and I remembered a micro switch, but I didn't grab that. So let me go do that real quick. The runout sensor. Yes, this is the filament runout sensor. So on the V0.2 or maybe .1, there is a path from the through the rear foot here for the filament, and that's going to be interesting because I'm going to have to avoid the fan. I might have to shift this fan over, which is going to be fun since I VHB'd it. I might have to shift that around based on that. And I have successfully avoided compiling Marlin. We'll be doing that on the next build. I'm committed to doing Marlin on the Rook build now. I want to do it. Is it the simple one? Yeah, it's just an on-off switch for the filament runout. Let me be right back. Let me put you in the hands of capable hands of Dancing Max while I grab the little coupler connector that gets pressed into there. Be back. Okay, I'm back. I have 5 of these. None of them have a little pushy part. Let's see if I happen to grab one for this build and put it over here. No. So we're gonna put it in without the pushy part and go from there. So we're going to put this in without the little center. I know I have them somewhere. I think it would take too long for me to find them. So we're just going to put this together. I think we take the rubber part off of here, probably. Probably. Yeah. The rubber part off. Well, let's look at the instructions. Let's look at the instructions. Let's see. Downside, what do we... Be good to see other firmware shown. Haven't got any experience with Reprap or compiling Marlin. Yeah, that's the idea. Mix it up a bit. Let's find the Voron 0. Voron 0 GitHub. And go to documentation or manuals. And let's download. Let's just download this. Men don't read instructions. We read instructions. Come on, download. You can do it. Did it download it? There we are. Save as. Throw this in the stream. A folder for this, yep. And hey, I already have it out there. Never mind. Let's just open it from there then. Okay, here is the assembly manual. This is probably where we left off at some point. Where in the manual is the filament runout sensor? Is it early or late? Does anybody know? Mini stealth burner. It's already in here. Let's just skip through. So skirt stuff. Yeah, it's got to be earlier. Let's go way up here. There. When do we put the feet on? There we are. Okay, so here, this is what I was looking for. We do get rid of the, in the feet section. Are they manual searchable PDFs? I would imagine so. Yeah, I can highlight individual words, so. So the ECAS 04 thing goes in there without the rubber part. But you want to make sure that the black hard plastic piece stays in there, because that's important. And this is going to go on here. And this is going to be a very tough press without a good spot to press against. So I'm going to just use my table here and just press straight down. Still just a little crooked. There we go. Okay, and then there's that plastic piece that you push in to pull the PTFE out. That goes in there as well. But we will not do that right now, which means I won't actually put PTFE in there until I do find one of those. Press yours against a V-block. That's close. It's not quite on the 45 from there, though. Yeah, not quite. Your prints look amazing. Do you share your settings? I can share my settings. I think do I have them published anywhere? My basic settings, because they're all basically the same. Just some individual filament tuning. Okay, And then an MR85 bearing goes into this spot. Oh, and that dropped right in. MR85 bearing. Dropped in there. And then with the actuator on the switch in that direction, that screws onto there. And then we'll solder those wires in. So I need an M2 self-tapper. M2 self-tapper, where are those? Here. I'll use the stainless one, I guess. That's what I have handy. I was informed by a plumbing supplier you're supposed to put the tube unlock ring in before seating the ECAS. Really? Does it really matter? It's not coming out, so I think it'll be fine. Okay, and then we're gonna solder a couple of wires to that. Solder a couple of wires to that and call that good. I wonder if I can grab some filament here, if I can hear that actuating. Yep. I can hear the switch hitting, so cool. I don't know if you can hear that, but I can hear the micro switch actuating. There we go. So that's done. So let me get my soldering iron set up. I can do a quick solder on those wires, and then we'll be close to getting. I've always done that, assembled then insert. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so this is going to go on here like this. Yep, I'm going to drop it first. This goes like this. And then those wires are just going to go straight this way. So let's see, I've got to... There we go. Now all my end stop stuff I know is over here, so this is just another end stop. So let's see how much wire I want here. It's gonna go probably right like that, through that zip tie, through that one, and then over. So about that much wire is what I want. And I need 2 of those. And they can both be black because it doesn't matter the polarity, it's just a switch. Linus, thanks for being a member. Go. 2 wires there. The rest of this away. Those away. And I didn't take the little accent piece off, so the screw is in here, and there we go. It falls down into the spot. It makes it hard to remove. So that is that. Now, this goes here. This basically, I kind of want to use that little built-in spot for strain relief, which means the wires are going to go through and then double back. I need to find my zip ties. There they are. think I want to use that for strain relief. So that means this is gonna go here. Since this goes here, zip tied, and then doubles back. That means I may not have enough wire because I did not measure that. I'm gonna cut new wire because I don't want to risk this not working first try. I'm gonna cut new wire. Hey, Baldred. I'm gonna go that much. Those can go away. We'll do this again. For me, the runout sensor became very unreliable, so if your print pauses unexpectedly, look at the reported state of the sensor in Clipper first. I can't do that. Only because I'm not running Clipper. But the idea is sound. Thank you. I'll check it in the Duet Web Control. Okay, so and this. Solder dropped on the floor. This, and strip some wires. Hey James, I really wish I could afford to get a Core XY printer kit, or it's just not going to be possible. So you live vicariously through us for the time being. And who knows, I am giving away the Rook. When it's built, be sure to enter. Honored. Okay, let's see. If you influence me to try Marlin, I will hold a grudge for at least 30 minutes. Well, that's about as long as you're gonna have to wait for it to compile, right? I have no idea how long it takes to compile anymore. Okay, so let's put this away. Bring this back. Hey, RSMix. You can change your query config settings at any time without rebooting anything. Yep. Okay, this goes here, but our thing is there. So I'm gonna bend these over and in. Just kind of. I think I like the idea of throwing some heat shrink on those. I like that idea. Let me grab my heat shrink. I like the idea of throwing some heat shrink on those. Hey, Queasy Driver, or Queasy Diver. I knew that. That is new to the V0, the runout sensor. Okay. Heat shrink there. Heat shrink there. That is a good idea. And a heat gun. Tight area over here. There's that. That needs to bend over there. And then I also want to twist those wires, and only for wire management, like I've done many times before. So I'm going to pull this straight, stuck it up in my drill here. Which way do I want to go? There we go. Hey, Mr. Jada D. Now, let's put a zip tie on here. How does this work at the board? What do you mean? It's just an output, a monitored, it's an end stop switch, basically. There. And this can bend down and come back through. So this will go right like that. Can I just bolt that back into place? I think so. I missed a message up here. Timor, hello, had to work on cleaning up the wind damage from last week. 60-mile-an-hour winds? Wow. Okay, so that goes there. This is now under here. Go through that zip tie, through that one, over, and onto the next available. So we'll cut this right about here. Same length. I have a noob question about tool head board. I haven't done one outside of my V0 kit. Doing one for my V2.4, so I noticed that there's a single wire for some items like part fan. It's because for those tool head boards, in order to minimize the number of wires going to them, you're sharing common things like 24 volts. So you're sharing your 24 volt wires. So the fan wire, you only need one. You need the switched ground at that point. Hey, Chris, welcome. Welcome. Looks like I got a little package coming tomorrow. That's much appreciated. And it'll go straight on the Mark IV. That'll actually convince me to get the Obsidian nozzle swapped over to that. Where did my, oh, there we are. And another 4-pin connector. 5-pin. 5-pin. Okay, good. 5-pin connector. So I'm out of 4 pins. So I have to, do I switch? No, you hook up the fan signal wire. You don't worry about, so it's just one wire going to the fan port. I don't know which board you're talking about and which printer, so instructions are really vague right here, but are the Diamondbacks for sale already? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, this goes here. We are going to use output. We are going to use this output right here, which is IO3. I just need to make sure I understand the theory. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to switch that, because this one, I'm only grabbing 5 volts from it. So I'm just gonna, and that was just for the tool head board. I'm just gonna move that over to IO3, and I can move it anywhere really, but that means I'm gonna use IO1 for the run out. And then I have Z and run out, and then sensorless for X and Y, and I can use the early numbers first. That's all. The earlier ports first. E3D said soon on Twitter this morning about the Diamondbacks. Okay. Why else would someone swap out? No, putting in the Obsidian nozzle. I don't have it in there yet. I bought it, but I haven't installed it yet. So I got to put it there. Okay, according to this is just a run out switch. So I am going to IO in and ground. So that's the same 2 pins as I used for the Z end stop here. So doesn't matter how those get crimped, because it's just a switch. I will definitely be watching your streams regularly from now on. Awesome. I will be looking for printer and filament giveaways. So we are doing, speaking of giveaways, so I do the filament giveaway every stream because it's fun. We have a good time. It's not a big part of the stream, but it's there. And Polymaker is really generous to do that. For my 2-year streaming and hitting 10,000 subscribers, next week will be a celebratory stream. So it'll be next Sunday. You will want to be here. It is going to be a lot of work, but it is going to be pretty fun. There are at least 2 full printers on the list, as well as many other things, and filament and all the stuff. Paulus Fell's watching. Steve, you can learn how to twist wire. It's been 2 years already. It has. 2 years last at the beginning of September. I think it was August. What was it? August 28th or 31st or something is when I did my first stream. Now, I'd done a V0 stream on Discord the previous July, but regularly streaming every Sunday has been 2 years. This will be this coming Sunday. So the big celebratory stream will be this coming Sunday. I think that's the 12th. It'll be the 12th at the normal time. So that's a good question, Bob. There may be some request for help. That is a good question and a good thing for me to think about as I finalize how this is going to be run. So, Sunday doesn't work for me. I'll be in Nashville. Can we move that to Wednesday? You're just going to have to log on wherever you can. Okay, so that's the 2 right there and right there. Oh shoot. I didn't label them. I wanted to label them. Oh well, too late now. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. So that is going to plug in right there. Now let me grab a few zip ties and clean this up, and then we'll get on to firmware. So I think at this point we're ready. How much did the Charlie's Angels bring in for donations? That is a good question, because donations were open beyond when the stream ended. We are well over $3,800. Let's see what we ended up at. So we did a remembrance stream for Charlie last, or 2 Saturdays ago. It was a YouTube giving stream, and we ended up earning for the Friends of Sacramento City shelter animals $3,818. That's incredible. Back and watch the Trident release. You are certainly more relaxed now. Yeah. And the whole setup, I'm hoping, is a lot more refined. Okay, zip ties. Let's get this going so we can get the Reprap firmware set up. Wasn't there some deal where YouTube matched it? No, what YouTube does is they waive the fees. They cover processing fees. So 100% of what was donated, $3,818, is going to go to the charity. Okay, let's give a little better view here. Okay, so this one I'm going to flip over to here. Make it a condition of entry for overseas to cover the freight tax. All of us regulars in the rest of the world would rather that than not being able to enter. So for the celebratory stream, most giveaways are international. They're not all of them. That's just some companies are, it's too much. It's too much pain. I understand, too much hassle to cover overseas shipping, but almost all of the giveaways will be eligible internationally. Now, some of those are like gift cards to companies, so you're going to end up covering your, I mean, it's just a discount basically off of their store things. Did Charlie? Yes, Charlie passed at the end of September. After a long battle with kidney disease and a several-month battle with a tumor in his bladder. An aggressively growing tumor. Let's plug. And then one more over here. Are you going to foster the other kittens? What other kittens? Did I mention, I did, my wife's coworkers had some kittens. We passed on those. We've been cleaning, but Charlie he had bladder problems, which means we have some extensive carpet shampooing that is started. I need to replace all the carpet in the other garage. It was just carpet tiles, but we don't want to bring new pets into the environment until everything is completely cleaned up. We'll help with whatever, obviously. Awesome. Hey, zombie. Let's see. How did you come up with your YouTube name? I am very creative and thought that I wanted my name in it, and what I'm doing, I'm building. So there we are. Yeah, we are using a carpet shampooer with a pet enzyme detergent in it. Yep. Hey, Dave. I have about 8 weeks, just like Charlie, if you want, I give you. Not ready. Now needs a Belgian Malinois puppy. We thought about wanting a canine companion. There's just so much more to taking care of a dog. So much more. Chew all the things. So much more. I don't know if Poity showed up with Burke, I think I'd have to. Burke would have a new home, but I have a soft spot. I mean, based on YouTube shorts and stuff, but golden retrievers are high on my list. Okay. Jamie, your youngest fan just said hi. Hi. Awesome. Thank you. In the process of adopting a 6-year-old pup. Awesome. So a little reminder as you just watch me re-zip tie things. After this stream, a few hours after this stream ends, I will be on the West 3D Meet the Makers. It's going to be a blast. So once the Polymaker filament giveaway is done, I will post the link again and pin it. But for now, if you search for West 3D, it's scheduled on their channel. Okay, this little bundle of wires is all good. So we are one more zip tie away from pulling up the Reprap Firmware. There's no sleep. No sleep. So it is a little later. You're right. It is a little later in the day. Very late for some parts of the world. That's what time those Meet the Makers streams always are. They're in the evening, West Coast here. Okay, so that is the wiring. We are done. It is feature complete, I hope. Dalmatian Corgi. Very cool. Everything's there. I'll probably be referring to kind of refreshing my memory on where things are plugged in as we configure this. But I think we'll pull the SD card here, which we can still get to. Oh, I got one more thing. The antenna. We need the antenna. So for the wireless, this is the antenna. I modeled a little bracket, and the idea is this is going to, let's put it right here. This is going to mount here, and the antenna is going to sit on the side of the printer here. And then this is just plastic here, plastic panel here. I think we will be in good shape. So That part comes off. And then the first nut comes off here. And then there's a couple of lock washers I just left on. But this nut presses into a spot on the top there. This threads in. Give this a good, nice and tight. Good and tight. This is going to mount right here with a screw from the side that wraps around like this, so it's easy to get to. So you put that right there and grab one of my T-nuts and see if I can get that to drop into the extrusion. I don't know if this one will. No, I'll use one of the LDO post-install nuts. Do you know if your 1515 extrusion strain relief part for coming out the chain is published anywhere? Did I put that out there? If it's not on my GitHub, then I haven't, but I can. Remind me. I'm terrible at getting that stuff out there, but I can throw it out there. Okay, so these are the little V0.2 post-install nuts that LDO makes. That'll slide in there, and that'll hopefully slide in there. The profile on this extrusion, which I'm bending my there we go. And does that go up onto there? I don't know. The profile on this extrusion is a little different. They're not consistent between the different things, so I'm gonna just pull that out and just use the nut. The shape of one of the slots in these is different on this frame. This, if you remember, is a very early LDO frame. This is one of the first 5 ever made. So I think that will just go. We'll just thread this in. Hey, Martin. I need an 8mm screw, not a 6. Is that not threading in? And not threading in, why not? Just thread this thread. There we go. So that goes on there, like that. Antenna, thread on. Turn that. All right, like that. And the antenna will go up through here, loop around. Let's see if I can see this a little better. There we go. I'll just put a little loop on that. Maybe I'll do a zip tie, redo one of these zip ties to hold it. Oh. You should keep some distance from the motor to avoid reflections. How much distance? Let's find out if we have any problems. Okay, that is on, that is controlled. That goes straight through there. That's there. Not a whole lot of options in where I can put that, so we'll just give it a try. Hey, 1 liter Peter. Okay, where are we at on likes? We are 1 hour and 18 minutes in. We have about 1 hour and 45 minutes till giveaway time. Expect some of the test teams, Steve and Nero, are probably the front runners. What? Does anyone know if there's a person with a crazy number of Vorons built? Wonder who has built the most. I know I haven't built the most, but I've built a lot. $148. Okay, that. I'm going to call this a malformed M3 because the head of that is very shallow. See how easy the new one was? This will slide into there and just snug. Not tight because we're pulling the wrong way on these. Who's definitely in front of you? I don't know, but I'm sure that there's someone who's built more Vorons than me. I'm sure. Okay, that is done. The SD card is out. Let's set this over here and get into the meat of this. Duet documentation. Oh, why did that get so small? There we go. Let's zoom in a little more. LJ has a print farm with at least dozens of printers running constantly. Disappointed it's over. That's why I see people build more. Yeah. Thank you, Nergarot. Okay. Getting connected to your duet. Where is the... Here. Start here. Get up and running. Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus. Let's see. Standalone mode, package contents, connecting hardware. Where do we go to get started? Getting started. You need to initially set up the Duet Mini 5 using a USB cable. Why? Getting connected to your Duet. Okay. This document is relevant to the Mini 5 Plus. This guide covers getting a basic USB connection to your Duet, setting it up to be connected to your network, and connecting to the Duet web control using a browser. So remember, this is kind of a early thing for me, so we're just going to go through the process. This guide applies to all Duet 2, Maestro, and Duet 3 boards running in standalone mode. No connected Raspberry Pi. So plug in a USB and download the USB drivers for Duet here. Okay. Let's download that. Let's save that to folder here. Okay. Open it. Let's grab these files. And this guy, we can install. Have you built all the versions of Voron? I have, including Voron Kit. And in progress, V24. I have not built all the versions of the Voron extruders. The current ones, yes, M4, Stealth Burner, even couple of generations back is Afterburner and stuff. Okay, that was installed. Let's go back to here. Download the drivers and extract it. To install the drivers, open Device Manager or launch from Start menu. I should be able to. Okay, I need to plug it in. I forgot I had to plug this in. So I may need to go looking for a suitable micro USB cable and hope that I can actually plug it in, because that's going to be tight. I've got a little bit of a path to it. Can you show the Voron? No, I cannot. So the only reason I can even mention that is because Max said that there would be a refresh of V24, and I can reveal that I'm building one, but not any details about it. I need to find a micro USB cable. I know I have a whole bag of USB cables. I just need to go get it. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, the operation completed successfully in installing that driver. Okay, I have a whole box of miscellaneous USB cables. I also have this neat thing that came in something from Fadus. Now, I don't know if this is charge only, but what I noticed about it is it's very flexible on the end. It might be easier to get in there than, say, something like this cable. But this one's also pretty small there as well. Let's try this one first, because I'd be concerned that that other one is a charge only. Let's see if I can get this in and nope, I was upside down. Dancer Max told us that it was okay to show off the V24 in progress. That's hilarious. There we go. We are plugged in. Okay. I need to get to USB cable. That's not the one I want to use. About, not that one. What's this one? How far back will this reach? I think it'll reach. Aha! We got lights. We got a light. Awesome. Hey, Taijin. Hey, little lantern. Is there a good explanation why V0 homes away from front left 0, 0? All of the Voron homing is to the max. They home to max X and max Y. On a V0, the more reliable, consistent stop point is at max Y. You don't want to home to, and it's also easier for wiring end stops. If you have to get wires, if you're using wired end stops to the front corner, you have longer wires. Wouldn't do a Kickstarter, let alone, oh yeah, no Kickstarter. Okay, we have that. So let's go back to the instructions. And let's see if we have the device in Device Manager. So we should have, is that it right there? Do it to Wi-Fi ports. It's not, oh, other devices. No, what is AAP server? I don't know what that is. Is there an unknown devices? Don't see Duet 2. What am I looking for here? On board for the V2.4, I told the spot is already cleared. Hey, Porty. Down bottom at USB. Let's see. I've had it show just a regular COM port. Well, right now we're seeing a regular COM port, so let's move on. If a USB device does show, or as a generic USB device, right-click on the device, click Install Driver, and browse to the location of the driver that was installed at the beginning of the step. Let's try that. It says Update Driver. Scan. I think I'm going to move forward and see what happens. To set up the network connection on the Duet, we must use a terminal emulation program to talk to... How do I install the... Okay. Install YAT. Download YAT here. Let's just download YAT. Yeah. Your download will start shortly. Okay, file name is YAT. Save as. Let's just save it here. Unplug and see if the port disappears. That's a great idea. Let's do that real quick. It did not disappear. Good call. Let me plug this directly. I'm going into a hub. Let me plug this in directly. That's going to require me grabbing this cable here. This cable here and walking around here to the front of the computer. I'm going to go directly instead of into a hub. I think that's... And we may have to try a different USB cable too. But at least now with this up and open, we can see what's going on. Okay. Plugged in. Anything changing? I'm not seeing anything. Do you have the new USB device sound muted? Well, I have all my sounds are weird right now. Shammy, thanks for the gifted memberships. We need this to show up here first, and it's not yet. I'm not sure that this cable... Oh! Let me unplug this. I wish they would all do this. Random cable. Fail. Let's find a cable. Okay, I need to find something with a thin, that one looks pretty, maybe decent. Didn't get a USB cable in the duet box. I don't think so. Oh, I did, but that's a good call. There is one. I didn't even look. There is one that came with it, and it looks like it might have a relatively slim connector end. Let's see if I can get this one in here. That's upright, right like that. It is a tight fit getting in here. I have not done myself any favors. Go. Now, switch back over here. Now that we have not a power only. There we go. Something changed. I am going to have a full day, Jeremy. It is going to be fun, though. That made all the difference. You need a data cable. Okay, so it is showing up now. Perfect. Duet 3 motion control electronics COM 4. Awesome. Let's see. So Yacht is downloaded. Let me pull up here and run it anyway. That's the other window. Welcome to the Yacht Setup Wizard. Yes. And close. Is there anything else going on? Yacht. And what is this? That can go away. And so we are going to go COM 4. Switch that to COM4. Just install Yeet. Just remember to hide when you add your Wi-Fi password. Oh yeah. Okay, so what are we doing here? Some users have reported issues with YAT under Windows 8 not connecting properly. If YAT does not work, try Pronterface. Okay, well this is fine. We're just gonna follow their instructions. Your duet will be listed under ports. Set YAT to use LF as the end of line character. Where do I do that? Defaults, no. Where do I do that? Terminal type. Terminal type text. 9608. That, is there an advanced settings? I don't see it. If I say okay. There we are. It says connected. Settings. Advanced settings. Ooh, all the settings. Putty should work too. I just want to follow the duet instructions though. And if I go with this, then everything is kind of laid out. Use LF. Where is that? Where is, does anybody see the line we're looking for? Use LF as the end of line character. EOL sequence LF is text terminal settings. Text terminal settings. Where is that? Text settings. Is that on this page? Not in advanced. Okay. Where is, oh, text settings, thank you. Just LF, end of line sequence. Okay. And then is there anything else? Click OK to close and OK to close terminal settings. Okay. There we go. Connect to the duet. Select terminal menu and then open start to connect your duet. Oh, it is open and started. Close stop. Open start. Open connection. Should I see anything? If you are connected to Duet or Duet 3 Mini Plus, you may see lots of Wi-Fi reported error. Is there anything I'm supposed to actually run here? For some reason, my video gets out of time even though I have not paused. How'd that happen? M122? Check your firmware version. To check the Duet's firmware version, send command M115. M115. Ah, there we are. Awesome. I don't know if there's any way. Can I make this bigger for you folks? For me too. I don't see anything. Won't show anything. Yeah, so we see we are on 3.3 RC2. And we're going to update that. Arthur, I am running a unraid server doing mostly just storage, photo storage stuff. And then I do have a Unity or whatever network setup, thanks to Jared helping me with that and the server. You could try up arrow and mouse scroll wheel. It's not. No. Okay. So next, Unify. Yeah. If you have a Duet, you may find you're getting a lot of messages. Windows, firmware version. Once you know the firmware version your Duet is using, check for the latest version of the firmware in our GitHub repository here. Connect the Duet to networks. If you're Duet and using an old firmware, we recommend upgrading, installing and updating firmware documentation. So let's go there. Unraid server for my father, it's great OS. Yeah, it's been awesome. Check that you have downloaded the correct firmware. So I went over here and grabbed the, not this one, this one. So this page here has the 3.5 release candidate that we're going to use. And we want the Mini 5 Plus. So let's grab this one and save this into our folder. I don't Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus. And do we need the, let's grab the web control file. The Wi-Fi module. I don't know which ones we're gonna all need, but we'll save these. And the Wi-Fi server. We'll just have them. I'd get it into the net, then use Duet web control to do the update. I know you probably want to follow the docs for the stream, yeah. And we are gonna use Reprap Firmware, yep. Okay, where were we? So check that you have downloaded the correct firmware before installing it. Make sure you download and save the files as bin or zip and check the file sizes match. Back up your SD card and download a copy of your current firmware version in case you need to revert the firmware. Some updates to the main firmware may require an update to a compatible Wi-Fi server firmware version as well. If you download more than just the main firmware, then please read by updating more than one firmware at a time. For Reprap Firmware 3, please ensure you read the changelog. Duet boards and supported firmware versions. 3.2 above. Our general advice is the latest release version from GitHub. Firmware file naming. So we have the Mini 5 Plus file here and all the other bits. Hey R3D Remy. Update from an older firmware versions. Updating from, what are we on, 3.2 here? Is that what this said? Nope, we're on 3.3, okay. Updating from 3.3. If you're updating Reprap 3.3 or later, you should be able to update by downloading Duet 2 and 3 firmware 3x file, where 3x is the version number from the latest stable release. Well, I'm not doing a stable release. Okay. Well, it's possible to update from an older version by uploading. Usual procedure. For updating the firmware on Duet board in SVC mode, see that. Choose which firmware. Increase font top menu, view, format, font. View, format. Oh boy. There we go. That's better. Thank you. Probably half your channel members were gifted memberships or on the live stream. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. Choose which, connect to Duet web control. But we're not there yet. We're not at it. We don't have Duet web control on there yet. So do I need to go back and continue setting up the Wi-Fi? Duet Mini 5 Plus supports an easy mechanism for updating the firmware directly. Connect the Duet to a PC using a USB cable. Press the reset button twice quickly in succession. A new mass storage device should appear on the PC. Should I have the SD card back in here for this? I don't have the network set up yet. A directory listing of the mass storage device should show 3 virtual files. If you don't want to update the firmware at this time, you can press reset once or cycle power to reboot to the existing firmware. Copy the new Duet files to the mass storage device as the firmware is being written. Well, this looks like this should work. What if I do this? So this says, press the reset button twice quickly. Oh, yep, setting up a device. We're setting up Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus. Put in the SD card it came with and set up Wi-Fi. Here, we should be able to go here. And now I hit the reset button twice and we've got a Duet file here with the firmwares there. And then we can bring up the stream here. We should be able to Mini 5 Plus UF2, and it's going to sit there and write it. The status LED will flicker as the firmware is being written, and the Duet will reboot using the new firmware. And the Duet 3 COM port will appear. So here, this is doing this thing. It should be firmware 3.5 RC1. Okay. So it is on 3.5 RC1 now. So I think we can go back now and connect it to the network. So it's on the latest version of the firmware now. There are the web control and stuff like that we may still need to update, but the main firmware is there. Okay. Connect Duet to network. Wi-Fi Duet. Your Duet Wi-Fi will either have a blue LED on the Wi-Fi module or a green LED next to the Wi-Fi module. It's green. If you didn't turn off Wi-Fi in step 4, you may find you are getting a lot of messages like Wi-Fi reported error. We got those before. But it is not finding a known network to connect to. The G-code command controls the network interface. To stop Wi-Fi, send M552S1. I think it's already stopped, but let's send this. Wi-Fi module stopped. Okay. Send M552 to check the status. It should say Wi-Fi module is disabled. Wi-Fi module is disabled. Now put it into idle mode by sending the command M55 to S0. Oh, what happened there? Oh, let's just do that. Wi-Fi module started. So M552 again should say is idle. Everything's tracking so far. Okay. Configure the network. So the M587 G-code command stores a network SSID and password, so the Duet can connect to it each time it is turned on. You use M587 as shown below. Substitute the SSID and Wi-Fi password for those of your network. Enter the exact characters of your network SSID and password in the correct case. The simple double quote characters. Okay, let me double triple check what my password is so I don't have problems here. Hey 3D Puke. Let me double check my password here. For the, let me log into my network. Let's go here, and I think I can go to any of these. Is that where, no, that's not what I want. I want Wi-Fi there and view. Okay, I got it. That's so handy. I love my Unity network. Unity, is that what it is? Unify, whatever. It's Unify. Okay, so M587 S, is that, do you leave the quotes? The simple double quote characters, not curly quotes, are needed. Once you press enter, wait for the OK response. So we are going to go M587 S, oops, the 587 S quote, SB net ubiquity. And then P, your network password. P, every time there we go. P colon quote, and then I'm going to put in my network password here off screen. I keep typing without my cursor in the right spot. Okay, is that all of it? Check that you have added the SSID by sending M587, which will list all the remembered SSIDs, but not the remembered passwords. Okay, so enter, and that says okay. And then M587, there we go. I just sent that a few times to scroll the password off the screen. So, yep, remembered networks, SBNet, it is not getting an IP. So, why not? SBNet is correct. The password is correct. We would need to be within a, well, I know. But it's good practice to not share the password. Let's try this again. It is not getting an IP address. What is that other one? TNCAPF? I don't know what that is. But why isn't it getting an IP? And you know, it is not my banking password. I actually use a password manager now. So all my passwords are random and complex. Any double quotation, make sure to connect to a 2.4 gigahertz. Wi-Fi module will not connect to 5 gigahertz networks. I am on 2.4. Oh, send command M552S1 to connect to it. Okay, so it's not actually connected. Let's try this. It shows up, 552S1 will connect. And then I think the 587 again. Huh, it still doesn't. Wi-Fi module is connected to access point. Oh, yep, there it goes. It got an IP. Awesome. Yep. I'm getting there, Nurgle Rot. I don't mind you mentioning things though, because there's probably something I'll forget. At this point, your Duet should be on the Wi-Fi. To connect to the Duet web control interface, continue to step 6. I want to give this a name too. I'm hoping that's in here somewhere. Duet web control, also known as DWC, is user interface. Open your browser and type the IP address. You may be able to access Duet by typing duet test.local. Let's see if that works. What is the benefit of using Duet? It's just another option, Danny. Their Clipper is capable, Reprap Firmware is capable. I'm pretty sure Marlin is capable. I just don't have any experience with it. Been working on installing G2E and using the EEB. How's the 2240 working for me? It's still working. No, I took it out and put the SV2209. It was working when I took it out. Let's see, what was the IP address? Let's grab this. It's 150.184. Woohoo! Welcome to your new Duet 3. So Duet, as far as the hardware, so Duet 3D makes controller boards that can run Clipper, by the way, but they, by default, their recommended firmware for it is Reprap Firmware. Hearing someone say I don't have any experience with Marlin is eye-opening. So I don't have any experience with recent Marlin. I was using Marlin for a very long time. Am I back? I should be back. Am I back? That's weird. OBS stopped streaming. I don't know why. I don't know. I think it's my fault. I think in the middle of clicking on the YAT settings and typing things, I probably hit a hotkey. I probably ended up with OBS as the active window and hit a hotkey that stopped streaming. So we are back. Let's see how bad that was. Oh yeah, we lost. We're way down on viewers now. How many likes do we have? That's the important part. How many likes are we at? You should be able to go in and change the resolution. It should be good. I'm showing good health. That was all me. I stopped OBS somehow. I don't know how. That was all me. Okay. Back to this. Where did it stop? I see Duet. I'm just moving through the next part of the instructions. So I wasn't sneezing. I didn't sneeze. I hit the like as soon as we lost stream. Well, that sucks. I'm annoyed at doing that. Oh, we're back up to over 200 viewers. We're good. Okay. So ensure future connectivity. We need to be sure the networking is configured properly for the future. So navigate to config.g, which is a Duet configuration file, by clicking that. In the older version of DWC, for duets with Wi-Fi, check that there is a command M552S1 without a semicolon at the beginning of the line. So let's go here and go to System and config.g, and there is a M552 S1. Setting M552S1 in the config.g is sufficient to enable networking and let your network router assign an IP address via SS8 or DHCP. Until morale approves. Steve, I'm still very sad. Glad to see everyone. Sorry I've missed a few months watching your streams. Well, welcome back. Okay, so if you need to assign a static IP, use M587, but I don't need to. Connection complete. You're now connected to your Duet. So can I go in here now, and where is the Duet web control? Where is there a update system machine specific? Macros. I want to make sure that we are up to date. Duet web control 3.2.2. Where were we? We are at Duet web control. That just says that. What version is it? What version is the latest? There. Where is the Duet web control update options? Thanks all. It's been a tough few weeks since my oh, hi Nelson. Definitely. Installing and updating firmware. Let's go here. I want to update the web control, the other files. Updating older firmware. I don't need the fallback. Do we know where the instructions are for like the web server and stuff? Updating the individual firmware components. Supplies to Duet 2 Wi-Fi and Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus only. Good. Check the current version of the Wi-Fi firmware by sending M122. What is M122? Oh, where is that? We got a long list of things. M122. I don't see the Wi-Fi. Together since 1988. That's a long time. Okay. If Wi-Fi is working via the system page, click the Upload System Files button for Duet Web Control. Via the system page, click the Upload System Files button. System page, Upload System Files. And I should be able to pick the Duet web control or Wi-Fi server. These are all files I downloaded. It's at the bottom. Doc, Duet user manual at the bottom. It explains. Is that where I'm at, Poity? You just put the files on the SD card and install them from the web interface. I can do that right here, it looks like. Can I copy them all at once is the question. Wi-Fi firmware. If Duet Web Control doesn't ask if you want to install it, send command M997S1 to install the new firmware. If you, yeah, okay. So let's do the Wi-Fi firmware first, I guess. I don't know if you can do them all at once, but let's do the Wi-Fi module and open. Uploading Wi-Fi module. Please, while the file is being uploaded, uploaded. After 4 seconds. It did not pop up and ask me for anything, so I think I can do this M997S1. Yeah, M997S1. Should get a output here. Error. File Duet Wi-Fi server bin not found. I didn't grab the right file when I uploaded. That one is what I want to upload for this part. Oh, install update. There we go. You have uploaded at least one firmware update. Would you like to install them now? Yes. My stomach is growling. Ooh. Update is being installed. Might want to do that from the USB just because it's going to drop for a minute and not look like it's doing anything. Well, oh, do I just need to reboot? I am plugged in with USB, but I think it's still working on stuff. There's still flashing going on. Oh. Why upload successful, Wi-Fi module started. Okay. Let's reboot. Reload. Not getting anything. Why am I not getting anything? Um, 997S1 says should give a status. Trying to connect. Oh. I guess it's doing it again. I shouldn't have done that. I'm doing it again. Yeah, I should have checked to see if the IP changed. Let's let this rewrite. Wi-Fi module started. And what was the command to check the, what was it, 522? Is that what the, oh, IP address. No, it's still 184. It came up and said. There we go. Okay, we're back. Updating the Wi-Fi firmware, updating Duet web control files. Upload the new Duet web control file by going to the DWC system page and clicking the upload system file. If the web interface is not working, then move the SD card to a PC, delete or rename any existing www folder. Okay, so let's try here, go to system, and we're gonna upload the Duet web control file that I downloaded. Oh, now it's gonna go through and do these. Some of the updates do a pre-reboot and post-reboot update. All these firmware updates and installations are the worst part of any build. Seems like the documentation is reasonable though. Once this is all up to date, then we'll go through the configurator. Hey, Ben. There we go. Is there anything else I need to update? The Wi-Fi firmware, the board firmware, Duet web control, everything's up to date. Okay. So the configurator should be right here. So this should be it, right? So this is an updated version of the configuration tool. And this is for the 3.5 version of the firmware. So we should be able to go through this and hopefully configure, create some config files that we can upload. This isn't the new one? Well, let me double check. This is where we're at? That's the one you sent me? The theme needs to be upgraded to dark mode. My room is so bright to get a tan right now. It is, sorry, okay. I thought so. Theme. Dark. There we go. Is that better? Can we go here? Is there a theme on here? Settings, general settings. It should be. Is there a dark mode here? Take off my sunglasses now. Dark theme. There we go. Okay. Here we are. So we have a Duet 5 Wi-Fi, Mini 5 Plus Wi-Fi. Printer name. We're going to name this V0 Blue because I'm creative that way. And it is in standalone mode. If we had a Pi in the system, then it would be SBC mode. And this comes with a little ribbon cable that connects to the Pi to it, but I'm not using it. Okay, stretch. So read config override G file at the end of the startup process provides similar functionality to the EEPROM option in Marlin. Save print state on power failure. I don't care. So did I? Oh, I pasted this into chat, right? Yes. Okay. Config tool is in chat. And mode on startup. FFF, yep. So 3D printing. Enable direct display. Nope, we don't have a display or a panel do. LED strips, NeoPixel and dot stars. So let's add a NeoPixel. I think it's an RGB. Is the Kirigami one an RGB or an RGBW? Does anybody know? And we are controlling this with, we're going to be referring to this page a lot, the NeoPixel port, which is D0, but why is that not an option? Why is that not an option? RGB for LDO, okay. But why is D0 not an option here? I've got that plugged into, I've got it plugged in right there. NeoPixel is D0. Shouldn't that be an option? Hey, Adam. That's weird. It should be RGB. I can't actually type something here. Let's look at, oh, holy moly, why did that do that? Let's go down to the pin. Where is the LED? Shared with IO4 out? Oh, it could be. That's what I was just checking. I gotta find where it is though. Let's search for LED. Oh, there's 30 references. Is there a RGB? LED strip support. Let's see, is there a Neo? There we go. Okay. This is to connect and power NeoPixel LED. Dot star LED strips are not supported. Connect the D0 pin to NeoPixel external. Not set up Neo with the config tool before, so no help. Does the chip signal name differ from the function name? It shouldn't. Let's see what other references there are. NeoPixel. Shared with backlight control. No. Huh. Where is it here? NeoPixel LED. This is the connector and power. It doesn't say anything about that. It says where does it say shared with IO4? I'm skipping over that with my eyes then. IO4. Scroll down. Pin names. And I'll do miscellaneous NeoPixel. How far down? Try IO0. But it says IO4. So if I do IO4, did I use IO4 for anything else. IO4 is this one over here. So we should be okay then. It says it's shared with IO4, so we'll use that one. What? IO3? I thought you said IO4. Why is this... The zoom level on my browser here keeps changing. Share. Oh. Note, signal shared with IO4 out. This allows for the board to be powered. Okay. IO too much. So IO4 is what I need to see it, set it on. Moving on. Network, configure Wi-Fi. Do I need to set this up here? I would set that later. Acquire dynamic IP address via DHCP is fine. Add a amount as well. Where is there a, oh, number. That doesn't tell me. What do you mean amount? I don't see an amount here for LED strips. Add a amount. Where? Oh, no, this is just the 0. Okay. Machine password, I'm not going to set it right now. Expansion, configure canned connected expansion boards. Nope, none. No accelerometers yet. Smart drivers. So what is this? Driver 0.0. So driver 0. Driver 0 is this one, which is B. So this is X. So this, what is the current? What current do we run on these things? On these steppers. These are 1500. So what do people usually run on the V0.2s? I don't remember. They're a 1.5 amp board. Does this peak current for map drives not RMS? If this setting is not available, map this device to an axis. So I should be able to, if this is not RMS, I would put 1500 here, right? Because this is the peak current for these steppers. They're 1.5 amp steppers. Spread cycle is fine. Stall guard threshold. Only used for sensorless homing. Allowed range is -64 to 63, so we'll leave that at 0 for right now. And the next is 1500. Spread cycle. That is the Y stepper, and I don't know if they need to go forward or backward. We'll have to tweak that once the configuration is done. The third driver is Z, and that is a 1 amp stepper. And then E is the same, 1 amp for the extruder. My ergonomics here of using the mouse with the table so low has got my forearms getting sore. So Tarakesh, according to this, you set it lower in Clipper because you're setting the RMS value. This is peak. So specifically it says it's asking for peak. Numerical route is correct. PS on next to the board is shared with IO4 out. Which one is shared with the NeoPixel, and where's that documentation? What is going on? That's not what I want with this. I don't know what port to set for the NeoPixels and where that documentation is. I don't actually see it on here anywhere. That's a little frustrating. You posted it in live chat? I don't. Let me see. Scroll down. Whoa. Oh, that part of the page. Okay. Let me see. Right here. The individual I/O connectors have the following capabilities. IO4 is shared with PS on output. Okay. IO3 is shared with backlight control, having NeoPixel backlights, but that's not the NeoPixel. This doesn't say anything with the NeoPixel. This is shared with backlight control on 12864 displays with NeoPixel capabilities, but that's not the NeoPixel output. We're going to have to come back to that because I'm not seeing documentation here that shows what I should have selected for the NeoPixel port here. It's not IO4 for sure. I don't know what this is. So we're just going to delete that from the configuration and we'll add it later. Maybe this isn't the spot to do it. Let's see here. NeoPixel and dot star LEDs. Duet 3 mainboard. Duet Mini 5 Plus supports NeoPixel only. Connections, dedicated. So the Duet Mini 5 Plus. Connect the LED strips to the 3-pin connector labeled NeoPixel LED. Connect the ground. Connect the data input line of the LED to the NeoPixel D0 pin of the Duet. I suspect that's probably, at this point, I think we probably might have an error in the config tool. So we're going to move on. But it was nice. I did get to that by going to this link here, and that did bring up some more information. But I think the pinout is it's not clear. And it is a beta config tool. So, okay. So stepper motors are all set up. I don't know which direction they need to move. We can change that in a config file later, but the base setup is what we're looking for. Now, where do we set, that's accelerometers. Where do we set what our motion system is? Core XY, that kind of thing. Motor current reduction, reduce motor current when idle. Sure. Kinematics type, there we are. Core XY. What is advanced? Advanced core kinematics settings. I think I'm going to leave that alone. From Reprap Firmware 3.5, Beta 4, M950 is used to configure the LED strip, and M150 is used to control the strip. But I need to know what port it is. The config tool isn't giving me an option for the port that we think it is. Okay, axes. X is, oops, that's not what I wanted. Board, okay, so that's the driver, XYZ, and those are correct. It's 0, 1, and 2, and that's the order I have it. minimum axis position is 0. Do you have the external 5-volt PSU connected? It might not show unless it detects it. The config tool has no idea what I'm doing with the board. We're generating a config that has, there's no connection. Maximum is going to be 120 on all of these. We will use, I don't know, 16 microsteps, sure. Steps per millimeter. Total microsteps per millimeter. Was this a... What is the... Oh boy. I like the way that Klipper does this stuff better. The port frame not in the config tool, we added manually after. We can add it, man. You're right, Norrod. We can add it manually. The port name is LED per the example in the configuring documentation. This tool seems to need to update. I think you're right. Why don't we go back up here and go ahead and set this and just set this to something. We're just going to set it to IO4. But this will give us a line in the config that we can go and edit. Okay. I have to remember, let's go to the Reprap calculator. Bruce's Reprap calculator. Let's get rid of that. And make sure we're correct on. So stepper motors, 1.8 degree, 1/16 microstepping, the belt pitch is 2, and the pulley tooth count is 20. So it should be 80. And then lead screw driven systems, 1.8, 1/16. Lead screw pitch is, or pitch presets. This is a, that should be that. Gear ratio 1:1. 1.25 millimeters per rotation. That's not correct. It should be 8 millimeters per rotation. So that's 400. Oops, that was hidden. So 8 millimeters. So this is a 8 millimeter lead screw. So 400 there, and for a 20 tooth pulley, we have 80 on the others. So 80, 80, 400, all that is correct. I don't know what the max speed change. Maximum allowed speed for instantaneous direction changes. What are good values for this? Anybody know? This seems like another rabbit hole I don't want to start with. I get lost easily when I see this kind of awesome stuff. What is the gain over Marlin or Klipper? Reprap Firmware is extremely configurable, but the big difference between Reprap Firmware and Klipper is you set up your device settings. Your config has how your components behave. Everything you do with those is in a macro. Where like in Klipper, there's a pre-baked function for like QGL, for instance. It has configuration that you go in and you say you want to do this until a certain tolerance is made. In Reprap Firmware, you tell it all the parameters that make up where your steppers are and all that stuff. But in order to do to a tolerance, you do that in a macro. It makes it extremely configurable and flexible, but it's not quite as easy to get there. Anybody know what a good max speed? These speeds I think should be significantly higher, and I might increase these even more depending on what. But I think 100 millimeters per second is absolutely too slow for a V0. You have to create macros instead of the default functions, yeah. And then in Z, I don't know what I think that doesn't need to be high for Z. Oh, what is... I'm hitting the wrong keys on my keyboard. And then acceleration. Let's go at least... Okay, I don't know what that should be for Z. Hey, McFart, right? That's stuff you can do also in Clipper, right? You can overwrite default functions within macros. Oh yeah, for sure. Extruders. So we have a extruder on driver 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Microstepping is fine. Steps per millimeter. So we have a... Ooh, is there a calculator over here for the extruder? What is a filament? What is a good value for here? This is a 50 to 10, 5 to 1 ratio, Bondtech. What is a typical steps per millimeter for that? Motor current, 1 amp. We'll leave the rest of these default. Max speed changes the same as square corner velocity or jerk. What is, where can we find a good, what is the steps per millimeter for a, oh, hey, wow, that's neat. Click here. Let's see, extruder preset. What do we have here? Let's go custom. It's a 1.8 degree. We got a hob diameter, a gear ratio of 1 to 5. The hob diameter, what is the diameter? It's about 7, right? What is the diameter of a BMG gear? You could just do a text config file. And I don't consider this tedious, because once we're done here, it should basically be, we'll have to tweak it, but it'll be close to ready. Is it only 20 minutes to giveaway time already? How many likes do we have? 20 minutes till giveaway. Are we gonna hit 300 likes? I know the rotation distance is 22.6. 246, we need 54 likes in 20 minutes, folks. What is the diameter of a... I'm gonna just go with that. Did that apply that? Yeah. We're using a Bondtech. It's Bondtech BMG gears. I like this little calculator though. This is nice. Really, all I need to know is what that diameter should be. I'm gonna leave it here because it's gonna be close, and then we'll tune it later. But that little calculator there is really neat. How many of these other things have? Like here. Oh man, there was a calculator right there. It's built in. It's a TR8, 8 lead, 1-to-1 gear ratio, done. Belt GT2, 2mm belt pitch, and 20 teeth. That's a good question. Gear ratio. What happens if we go 5 to 1? Yeah, it's not 29. I think it's just the way it's written here. It's not 29. is not the right value there. It should be a lot more obvious that you can just click on this and get a cool calculator, but it's really cool that it's there. Okay, so we do not have a Z probe. However, okay, so that should be an end stops. Okay, so we are doing sensorless multiple motor load detection is what we have to do, right? And then we have a switch for Z. So this is in the end stops. End stop location is going to be at the high end for both. And homing speed should be fine. Z probe, it doesn't, oh, there is a probe. Thank you. There's no probes. Thank you. A switch is connected to, so our Z switch, which I didn't label, and I've got 2 black switches there. I'm glad I remember. Our Z switch is the one on second one from the end. So, oops. It is IO0. IO0 is our Z switch. IO0. IO0. There we are. And what is this? Change ping signal to active low. The current setting is active high. And then pull-up resistor. Do we need pull-up resistor and active low? BMG says 415. Well, a BMG is also 3-to-1, Pedro. It is different from a regular BMG. So a Bondtech BMG as an extruder is about 3-to-1. It isn't exactly. It's a 50-to-17 gear ratio. The way we use it is with a 10 tooth instead of 17 tooth. So it's 5-to-1 basically. Okay, I don't know if this needs a pull up or active high or low, but we can change that in the config. Orthogonal axis compensation, don't need that. Drop. This isn't Twitch. My micron is 5-to-10 and it's 200, but it has a smaller hob gear. That's funny. Temperature sensors. So the heated bed is a thermistor. It is just a thermistor. What is it? Input port. The bed we plugged into input port. Oops. Where are they? These 3 temp. I put it in the middle one. So the bed is temp 1. So the bed is temp 1. Resistance. Oh, how do I? Aha. Thermistor preset. What are the Kenovos? Are those 104 NTs? That's a 104 GT, which is different. What is the Kenovo bed? Thermistors. Only 23 left. 23 and 13 minutes. We can do this. 100K. Standard. This is an old one, so it's probably an NTC 100K. Does that show up here? Or is it just that one? NTC Beta 3950. Simple one and all. I have no idea. This is kind of weird. That's a 3950. But... Hey Kilo, welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. I can tweak all of this. I want to get just kind of values in here. Sensor 1 is the nozzle. And this is a thermistor, and this is port 0, right? I have this one in port 0. Yep. Temp 0. This is the E3D hot end one. So apply that. And then heaters. So the heated bed is, we'll do PID. And the output port should be out 0. Out 0, yep. And our hot end, we did out 1. So just to, out 0, out 1 is the nozzle. PID, max temperature, I don't want to go 140. I don't. I mean, 120 probably at max. 285 is fine there. This is not ergonomic the way I'm set up here for using the mouse a lot. Okay, because you have PID heaters configured, it is highly recommended to auto-tune these heaters using M303. Okay, so we'll have to do that. Heated bed. What is the difference here? Bed heaters? Number of this bed heater. 0. What is this? Why is that different? Why is there a bed heaters and a heaters? See you, Evil. Okay. Fans. So fan 0. Which one is this? This is name fan 0. PWM port. What is the function of fan 0 though? Fan 0 and fan 1. Fan 0 should be the part cooling fan. And I have it connected to part cooling fan is purple, which is connected to out 6. Out 6. No tack port. Maximum speed 100. Thermostatic trigger temperature. That one's fine like this. The next one is out 5. That one, okay, yep, it's going to trigger at 45 degrees. Usually we do 50 degrees with Clipper. 45 is fine. You give the mouse up on something, you'll end up having to go to a, yeah, I do need to. What build plate do you guys recommend for a PC? That's a good question. Okay, so I think that one's fine. And then I want to add another fan here that is going to be port, I think it was 4. Well, there's out 4. It might give me an error. Let me double check. I plugged it in. Actually, I plugged it in over here. I plugged it into, yeah, out 4. Okay. That is, and that might give me an error when I select out 4. No. But the LED up here, oh, yeah, IO4 out. Yeah, let's just go IO3 just in case. We're going to be changing that anyway. And monitored sensors. So fan 2, or this fan is the controller fan. Do I want this to just be, can I tell this to only turn on? Can I make it a controller fan? 4 left, 3 left, awesome. Oh. We'll just leave this on. How do I set this to be on? This is triggering by the nozzle. I only have bed or nozzle. How do I make this a controller fan? So min max and start the same. Yeah, I don't want this to, I'm gonna start initial speed. Sure, it'll just always be on at 40%. Okay, no tools. Well, does it need a tool? Is extruder 0 the tool? It's done with a heater and it's used with fan. I think that, and what is this setting? Nope, no offsets. I think the internet is screwing again for some. Reprap Firmware doesn't have a defined controller fan. Okay. It'd be nice to base it on something else. That's okay. Select the first available tool and startup. It's default disabled. Is that okay to be disabled? Are we done? I think we've gone through the basic stuff here. Now I need to go up here and put my password in, but I'm going to do that and then we're going to hit finish configuration. Now at some point, I suspect that my password is going to end up showing up on screen. I'm going to throw this over here for a moment and put that in. Oh, it did mask it. It did mask it, so I'll pull it back over here. And then finish configuration. You know your password is Charlie. Okay. Configuration ready. The config tool can now generate the following system files. Include firmware files. Include web interface. Sure. Download the config bundle. M308S3 A duet Y MCU temp to the MCU, then run a fan based on the temp of sensor 3. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Are the files going to contain the password? I don't know. I'll check. I suspect they probably will. So let's save that here. So that's my config bundle now. And can I save this config template? Yeah, just so I don't have to redo all of that. So let's save that config template. Okay, so if we go back here, I should be able to go to system and can I just upload this config? Uh-oh. Is it going to, I probably shouldn't have told it to do the firmwares. We will need to do a fair bit of editing. Oh yeah, this is going to be the whole stream. We won't finish it today. But I'd like to see things move today. If you click Show G-Code in General section of the configuration tool, it shows setting hostname macro. Oh, really? Okay. Uploading all these files. We'd like to install. No, I'm not going to install the firmware updates. I don't know what was included there. Apply the new configuration. Would you like to restart the mainboard or execute the configuration file again? It is advised to reset the mainboard if you removed I/O ports or changed driver applications. Restart the mainboard. M550P V0 blue to set the host name. And it didn't do that in the, we'll look at the config file. We'll look to see if that's in there. Just taking a little bit. I need to get the USB unplugged and get real power into it. We've been running off USB power so far. Oh, it's giveaway time. I said that before I saw what you said, William. So that's part of the difference there, Balrid, is the flexibility of it. So it is all based on G-code commands. And it is definitely one of the big differences is nothing is plain language. Nothing's intuitive. Okay, connection lost, attempting to reconnect. Let's look here. Wi-Fi module is idle. Let's reload. Is it just taking a little bit? Time to give me my filament. Let's let that do its thing. Let's go to Wheel of Names. It's clear last times. Make sure we don't have any results there. Okay. Yes, we hit over 300 likes again. The streak continues. That was an online config tool. Yep. It said it failed to load credentials. Oh, it did. Okay. We will work on that after. You need to, this heart, YouTube has to get rid of this stupid little reaction thing because I can't actually read the last word of what anybody types in here. Need to config wireless LAN. Okay. Giveaway time. Polymaker filament. We do this every stream. We have a lot of responses. You have to be here to win. We are going to close the entries in a Steve builds 3 seconds. And so when I haven't had a new entry, and you can get to the pin post or the description, when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, then I close it. So we haven't had a new entry in the whole time that I've been speaking here. So if you're playing it close, get them in now, because 3, 2. Haven't had anything new. 1.5. 1. Oh, there was one. Very last second, we got another one. So now we play the game. 3, 2, 1. Nope, there's 1. 3, 2, 1, half, quarter, 1/8, 16th, 32nd. Okay, that's good. It's possible to get rid of that panel. Oh, with killing the element. I just saw you were alive. Hey, Enzo. Good timing. Okay, let me get that linked out. Let's see, Mad Cat, you're the very first entry. Let's see if we get any Polar Ted inductees today. And Anzo, you mentioned you did get in there just in the last second. You're the very last entry. Okay, there we are. So what do we got here? We are Reprap Firmware 3.5.0, so we're going to go between 1 and 35. 1 and 35. It's not a comfortable position. I don't know. I saw a few 32s. I saw Kilo pick 32, and I haven't seen them in a while. So let's shuffle 32 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and spin. Who do we got? Roll a filament. Or a coupon, depending on where you're at. Dr. Dave! You were just here. Are you still here? Congratulations, Dr. Dave. It is not rigged, I promise. You have 2 minutes to say something, or you join Mr. Polar Ted. Dr. Dave, there you are. I see ya. Congratulations. You'll get an email from me. You'll get a coupon to the Polymaker US store. Awesome. Let me make sure I got a good email address for you. Yep. Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. That can go away. Are we back? Credentials, it said, was bad. Well, it works. Error in startup file macro. Array too long. Max length equals 0. I don't know what that means yet. Absolutely need more filament. Never can have enough. No, you can't. It's not true. Okay, so thank you for the link removal reminder. Let me unpin that. Let me edit the description and get rid of that. And let's get the West 3D stream link out there. West 3D, where is that? Meet the Maker. Copy. There we go. Still need to win Steve's stream to get the Modbot Nero Steve trifecta. Nice. Just keep being here. There was a final message that's read. It was connected to SBNet. Oh, yep. It just took a little while. Okay, so once again, I am going to be on West 3D's Meet the Maker this afternoon, later this late afternoon. The link is in the pinned post. So be sure to come back around a little later and hang out. We're gonna just kind of do the thing. So we're not done here though. So let me get back on track. We got to make this move. So the next thing I want to do is go here and unplug this, because right now we've been relying on USB power. And we're going to lose connection there, and I need real power. Where is a power cord? Okay, got power cord. I got a large object over there I need to crawl around. Okay. Power. Someone still needs to make Binford 9000 printer. This is close to a Binford 9000. Okay, are we ready for smoke? Let's hope we don't get smoke, but let's get a good view of it if we do. Posted some commented config files to Discord to help you navigate the manual editing of the config. Awesome. I will probably look at that after, but we'll see where we end up. Okay, this is off. Let's plug this in. Okay, are we ready? Don't let the pixies out. I guess I'll hit power. Oh, that little fan doesn't like to run that slow. That's one thing. It's making a little extra noise that you probably can't hear. This little controller fan. It is running though. It is running. I don't smell anything. I don't see anything. Why is 1 foot missing? Because I was messing around, because now that we have this, I'm going to tempt fate. Because we're going to turn this back over on its top because we need to see it move. 1 foot is missing because I had not put it back. Incompatible software versions. The installed software versions do not match. Please operate your setup only at equal versions. Anyway, we need to put the bottom panel on. And then we'll turn it over and hopefully what's a bottom panel? You people. That hooking up power and ground reversed on an SKR Pico will not let the pixies out. The desk is the bottom panel. There. Let's put this over here. Okay. Whoa. We have this. So we have incompatible software version. Is this from me telling it to grab the config files and now it loaded the wrong something. Did I miss you route the incoming filament? Oh, I haven't. I haven't. You didn't miss it. There's going to be another stream here. Probably another stream where hopefully we kind of wrap up putting the full filament path. We print, you know. We're going to at least get this moving today. Although we're at, yeah, we'll be at somewhere over 4 hours today. Okay. The installed software versions do not match. Please operate your setup only at equal versions to avoid potential incompatibilities. Please check out the docs on how to upgrade your Duet software. So I told it not to upgrade firmware, but I suspect that the Duet web control stuff updated. So it did say V0 blue. It's getting some config. If we go to system and let's just re-upload the Duet web control stuff. I probably should not have told it to grab the config file or the whatever. When at the bottom of this tool, it said include firmware files and include web interface. I should have unchecked those for what I was doing. So let's hopefully take this back to the state it was in before. This is, I told it not, it asked if I wanted to update firmware. I told it not to, so hopefully it's just this web interface. It detected the bottom panel being applied. I will die on that hill. True fact, I have started putting bottom panels on my printers just because of you. My job is done. Or that makes me happy. How do you feel about side packs? Fine. So a side pack does not need, a side pack printer does not need a bottom panel if there's no wiring under there. But it does need the panels that enclose the side pack. So the side pack is, the side panel is the new bottom panel in a side pack. Steve should build a Pandora's box. There is no bottom panel. If there's electronics under there, then it would get a bottom panel. I did that. Which one? I added a bottom panel to a printer. I don't remember. Was it Solid Fork? Micron has a bottom panel because of me. Okay, that got rid of that error, I think. It might require a full reboot. Let's find out. Let's just repower it, restart it. Disk almost full. Did you see that warning there? It came up and said disk almost full. Okay, no more error. So that had to have been it. If we go to, what is it? Duet Web Control 3.5, RC1. Okay, what can we do as far as what is the next things? Oh, thermistors. Yeah. We've got, yep, reasonable temperatures being reported. How do I check? So like the Z end stop. I want to check my end stop. Oh, that is way too much, Michael. You should set up Spoolman so you can use a database that your printers can use to track your filament usage and keep an inventory of your spools. That would go out of date instantly. Oh, here we are. Disk almost full. There is barely any space left on the first volume. Okay. Delete some files to avoid problems during file uploads. I want to go back to... Oh, just trigger it and watch the Z? Oh, yep. There it is right there. See the Z? Now, is green mean... Do we want that to... Which state do we want it in? That's triggered then. What about... Oh, we didn't set up the filament out sensor. That's what we could have done over here. If we went back to the end stops, we could, can we? Or do we have to add, how do we do a filament out sensor? Oh, we'll have to look it up. We'll have to look it up. See ya, Hybrid Robotics. Have a good day. We can also do an M119. M119 gives us end stops. X not stopped, Y not stopped, Z not stopped. Z probe shouldn't be there at all because I turned it off. But if I run this again, it should say Z at min stop. But Z should be at max stop. Is the SD card partitioned? I don't know. It's default, how it came. Okay, what does this look like? I'm going to bring up the config file, but I'm going to bring up the config file in another window real quick to make sure it doesn't have plain language my password. Okay. I don't think so. It just starts yeah, it does not. Okay. It does not. So this is the config file. We have a name. It started the Wi-Fi. We have an LED strip that we can change this port to. We should be able to change this port to just D0. Is that what that should be? D0? We have drivers. Where do we do for... Here, let's go back over here. Is there a first start guide? Let's get this back up to size. Is there a first start guide? Machine configuration. Solid fork because you laser etched the schematics on it. Yep. Configuring firmware commissioning. Let's look here. This document is relevant to all Duet boards. Turn on power, connect Duet web console, first check. A good first check is to see if there are any errors in your configuration by testing your config.g. You can do this by running. Any errors will be reported. There is an error that was being reported. Let's save that. And let's just run the config file. That doesn't matter. What was the error? There is error in startup file macro line 23. Where is that? macro line 43. No. I want to edit the file. Is it here? No. Where is that? Does anybody know what this is? Error in startup file macro line 23. In file macro line 23, column 25, M906, error rate too long. Is there an M906 in here? Yeah. M906. Motor drive current. Set motor current idle factor. But error rate too long. I don't know what that is. Motor idle current reduction. It would be nice if it said what macro file. Let's see. Is this going to be a common error? Let's just do a search on it. Duet forum. I get the message, error rate too long. When trying to print. Here, what does David say? Most likely the problem is the, please share those files. Oh, I don't know. I'm going down a rabbit hole there. Does this come up every time it came up every time I restarted, so there's something going on. In line 23, in file macro line 23, column 25, you're missing your XYZ motor currents? That's right here. XYZE motor currents. Column 25. Does this tell us? Well, this M906 here is the idle current factor, so it's a different command. Are there multiple M906s besides those two? It says it's 4. Where's the other one? It says 4 results. 1, 2. Where are the other 2? But it needed to be on the same line? Here, let's see if this takes care of it. I-30. Let's comment out this one. What if I do that? Is that going to take care of us? Save. Restart the main board. That would be an error with the configuration utility then, because it did that. Okay, new error. New error. That's good. I have to figure out this disk almost full thing though. But that did take care of it. Now we have that D0 as an unknown name. What is that supposed to be? NeoPixel says D0. Oh, that one says PS on, shared with IO4 out. That's where that is. But that's not what I connected to. NeoPixel is just LED, not D0. Where do you find that? Where do you find that that should be LED? Every other thing on here, it says IO3 in is just LED. Okay. Let's go here and go back to system and config. We're getting rid of errors first. So LED, restart. Let's see if that works. Oh, I'm back to the error with the 906 array too long, max length equals 0. Okay, so what we're going to do is go back to the docs and we're going to do an M906. We're going to search for M906. Set motor currents, and we're going to go to that. This page, okay, it's going to redirect. So M906 should be formatted. Sets the peak currents to send to the stepper motors for each access. The values are in milliamps. And I is a current idle factor. The command must be later in the config than in any M584 command. So let's check that first. It must be later than any M584 command. M906, M584 is down here. So that's probably what the whole error is it needs to be later in there than any M584 command. So let's grab this and cut that out. And let's put it in, there's an M584. So there's axis and extruders. So it's probably going to be okay to put it in right here. Okay. And let's save that and see if that gets rid of it. It's okay. It's a beta tool. I knew that going into it. Okay, so that whole problem, and it probably would have worked fine to have those in separate commands, but that whole problem looks to have been the location in the config file. So we do the same thing with Clipper. You start up a new printer and you get errors and you work the problem. You work each error until you end up with a happy system, right? Okay, let's go back to commissioning. So testing your config, you can do this by running, any errors will be reported. Type, this can also be sent there. You may receive an error that looks like these. What is that? What if we run this in, what if we run that in Yacht? Does that do anything? Oh, I'm not connected because I'm not plugged in. I got to do it in, can you do it here in the console? Heater 0 predicted maximum temperature at full power. Heater, Let me make sure nothing's actually heating. Should have done that before. S84 timeout below as well, you would remove the whole section. That's a normal warning. Okay. So back to commission. So check thermistors. So we are getting reasonable values, at least at ambient. I'll tell you what would happen if they run away. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Check thermistors on the control. It should be around room temperature. Yep. Check fans. So we should be able to go in here, into here, and turn on our fans, right? If we go to, let's just set a low 50 C hot end, and we should get a fan turn on. There we go. It is heating up. No, it's not. It's not heating up. Did I not engage it properly? It is not actually. Set active temperatures. Here we go. The tool is not active. It's off. Right here. I set active. There's active. Now it's heating. Now the fan turned on. Oops. It's loud. Okay, turn that off. Okay, so that fan is working. Where are our There's fan. Okay, so this should be part cooling fans. Oops. Down here, it's kind of hidden, but this should be part cooling fan. So I should be able to turn that to, oh, I see. Fan 0. Oh, and I just popped something. I just popped something. Yep. We got smoke. It wasn't visible, but I just popped something. It smells. As soon as I turned on as soon as I turned on the part cooling fan, they popped. Now we got to figure out what it was that popped. What do you think the chances are I have 5-volt fans in here? You could hear the pop? There was no sparks. It's just a oh yeah, it smells. Let this cool down a little more. I would imagine that I probably have 5-volt part cooling fans in here. I don't know. I'm gonna let this cool down a little more. Does it smell like 5-volt or 24-volt? Okay, so the fan's turned off at under 45 degrees. I'm not quite sure where the smell is coming from, but let's investigate. Let's first pull the bottom panel off, I guess. See, this is what I jinxed myself on. Oh, I tested the part cooling fans and we got a pop. We got something that needs to be replaced. Hoping it's not on the controller. Let's get a little look here. Look-see. I see I smell nothing down here, so it didn't come from here, which is good. Something's warm in here, though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't smell anything. Out 3 and 4. Well, now I know why. So a couple of things. Now I know why my controller fan in there spins so slow. Because out 3 and 4 is controlled by a jumper here. Out 3 and 4 is controlled by a jumper. The fuses look fine. And it's set to 12 volts. And out 3 here, or 4, whatever one that is. Let's see. That one was... Out 4 is what my controller fan is set to. And it was spinning really slow because it is a 24 volt fan, but it's only getting 12 volts. So that is that. Out 3 and 4 select voltage. So while I'm here and I'm thinking of it, even though it has nothing to do with what just happened, I'm going to change this over so my controller fan gets its full 24 volts. The out 5 and 6 is on 24 volts, and that's these two. Now, the next thing to do is going to be to pull the tool head and see what happened there. 24 volts on 12 volt might be fine for the board. Yeah, that was fine because it's under, but I bet you these part cooling fans are 5 volts and I didn't pay attention. Let's see, can I get one of these out? I want to pull this out without pulling everything out. Yeah, I got to pull all that apart. Yep. Okay, so it's just that one there. We'll disconnect and this. I got to redo this bowden tube anyway. There we go. Now we got this. That can sit over there. It's hard to tell where the smells are coming from. It was very easy to tell that it's not coming from the main board. There is definitely a smell here. But I got to pull all of this. Okay, that little module out. And here's the check. No, it's 24 volts. They are 24 volt fans. Everything's 24 volts. So why are they reversed? They are 24-volt fans. See you, Peter. Okay, so they are 24-volt fans. Let's go to, let's check my wiring here. Let's check my wiring. That's the next thing. These are the same fans that I had in this printer before. So they're proven to work. Well, not now, but Heart-K GitHub. Heart-K GitHub in the miscellaneous and PCBs and V0 Bowden. Mini Stealth Runner Bowden PCB. I have them backwards. I wired them backwards. Yep. I wired them backwards. They were proven to work. But I wired them backwards, and now they don't work. Okay. Give me 1 minute. Let me go see if I didn't see anything. There was no, well, there was no smell on the controller. So give me 1 minute to go see if I happen to have extras of these. I'm not sure that I do. I'm not sure that I do. And I wonder how I did that, because I went through all of this pretty well, but where was that? I missed, what did I miss? Yeah. Okay. Dancing Max for a moment. I'll be right back. I do not. However, I still want to make this move today. So we're going to plug this back in with the fans removed. We're just going to plug it back in with these removed. Okay, with these unplugged. I will check to see if they work later, but that is not required. We need a thermistor plugged in, and I guess I'll plug the power wires back in. I mean the hot end wires back in. But I still want to make this move today. So I sure don't like these tiny This little connector here is too small. It needs to be bigger. Big Tree Tech made that mistake. This is a mistake. It's so easy to get a wire, a stray wire there. You should solder the wires. Okay, so that is there. And then, oh, we don't need to be zoomed in so much. This can go back on. Always a chance at mistakes like this. It happens. Where is the... Let's just get this plugged back in. It's not the size of your connector, it's the polarity. The front end fan on this is 24 volts for sure. Don't need that or that. That can sit like that. And that can plug back in like that. Let's go in there. Okay. Let's plug it back in and work towards making it move, because that's the goal for today's stream. So make it move. So at that point, those guys are disconnected. That guy is moving much quicker. That bottom fan is now. That's made our printers done at least once. The duet is okay. It's very minor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the duet's probably fine. So let's go back to our commission steps. So I was checking the fans and found my problem. So now check the heaters. We checked the heaters. I'm going to hold off on checking the bed. We'll do that next. You missed me popping the part cooling fans because I have them plugged in backwards. My fault, 100%. Heater functionality is working. We can tune them. Here, it is recommended that you tune your heaters after ensuring their functionality. We will tune those once we get the kind of the rest of it complete. So if you pop part cooling, then the hot end fan should be okay since you didn't juice it. Yes, I did. I turned on the hot end fan and I got it wired properly apparently because it turned on and it worked. Hot end fan works. Okay, check end stops. So now when homing your machine, each axis will move towards the end of its travel. It expects to trigger a switch. So where in the config, because we need to tell this to home to max. So if we go to our config and go to system, our axes max, where do we set our end stop? Configure the x-axis end stop. Is it in the 574 command that is the homing direction? Here, let's go here and say homing direction. Does that come up? I'm on the commissioning. If you found that the end stops are not configured properly in the last step, navigate to File, System, and open end stops are configured here. Each end stop has its own configuration line, high or low end. In Reprap Firmware 3, the M574 X, Y, and Z parameters configure the position of the end stop. 0 for no end stop, 1 for low end end stop, 2 for high end stop. And that's what we saw here. That X2 means high end and Y2 means high end. Hey, see? I found that before you said it, Nerdrot. So that is, okay. Think of the low end and high end as a numeric scale. If your y-axis has 250 millimeters range of motion, the low end is 0 and the high end is 250. That's perfect. So now where do we find sensorless? Can I just home X and see what happens? Move that over. There we are. Check the stepper motors. Use the machine movement panel, move each stepper motor individually. Can we do that before homing? Navigate to and enter M564S0H0. Before conducting this step, temporarily allow axis movement without homing. Awesome. Let's do that. So let's copy this and go back over here. And we didn't make any changes here. So let's go to the console and enter that command, which will allow us to move it. And then we can go to the dashboard and we should be able to move things. So X plus 1. Okay. That's moving in X plus 1. Y plus 1. It's moving in the right direction. It is still 1500. Why? I'll pay attention to the temperature of these. And then Z plus 5. Oh, Z is backwards. Z is backwards. So that I hit -5, but it's gone in the plus direction. So Z is backwards. So, but X and Y moved in the correct direction. So if we go to here and go to config, our stepper setup here is configure, set axis mapping, set axis maxima. Where is the direction? Is that where this is? I checked my duet machine and I run 900 and 600 on extruder. So I think it's some translation error in the configuration. So you don't burn your motors. Where is, if we go to the config tool and we go to drivers and here this forwards, isn't there a show G-code preview? So if we want to change, where was that? Hide G-code preview. Let's change our Z to backwards and show that. Where is that? P0, so Z-axis, P0.2 S0D2. So it's the S0 on the M569. M569, here we are, up here. So here is where we set that, M569 forward Z-axis. So we're gonna change this to 0. And this goes, and we're gonna change the comment here, backwards. So save and restart. So let's reconnect. Oh, I see that. Lawn mow. I didn't catch your comment, but I got there. Attempting to reconnect. So I need to order some part cooling fans. 24 volt. And it's going to be 2 streams from now before we get back to this anyway, because the next week is the celebratory stream. Why is this? Oh, okay, there we go. Finally. Wow, that took a long time. Go back to the console and, oh, it doesn't remember. Oh, it's still there. Okay, so that in 564 to allow us to move it. And now, oh, and I didn't show any of that on, I'm sorry. There we go. Now moving in the positive direction. Jammy, thank you. New fan fund. Leo, we're celebrating 10,000 subscribers and 2 years of streaming. Mr. K is out of here. See ya. Dear Amazon, all I want for Christmas is a 2-part cooling fan. That's okay, Kyle. I'll order them from somewhere. It might be Fabrico. I don't know. Okay, so that moved. So yeah, 2 years already. Can I just home X and see what happens? Let's find out. Error homing file, homex.g not found. Okay. Why didn't it save me a homex.g? And you blown the fans last week? I could have tossed in a few with the socks. Yeah. Okay, why? So here some feedback on this configurator. If we go in here and we're doing this, this really should generate some files that are gonna home the freaking printer. So let's get our homing macros. So let's go here, home. Man, you're going to hit so hard with your current so high. Look in Discord for a home X and Y for sensorless. Did you put something in here? So I don't, so here, explain to me. In this, it says it wants peak values for the stepper motors. Clipper uses RMS values. So what it's asking for peak. Thanks, Leo. Okay, where can we find some basic macro? Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I'm sorry. Issue the home command. Where are testing homing procedures? For sensorless, you drop the current when you home so you don't get hard, install easy. Then you raise the value back to, okay, so you said you had some, where do I find some example here? Maybe it'll be here. Let's go sensorless. Stall detection and sensorless homing. Let's see if there's a example. Here we go. Change your homing file structures. Wait for current moves to finish. Drop the motor current. So let's grab this. The next step is to change your homing files for X and Y, homex.g and homey.g, and portions of home all. Your homex.g should look something like this. So let's copy this. I got very toasty motors on my machine when I use the peak current. Okay, that's good. This is what we do with macros and Clipper too. You in your sensorless homing macros, you're reducing the current, doing your thing, and then putting it back where it was. So let's create. Now, does this go in macros or does it go in here? Oh, there's home all. Where's home X and Y? Okay, so let's put it here. Let's create a new file. homex.g. Okay, and let's paste this. Okay, paste this. And do we think 70% is enough? Relative, lift Z relative to current position. Most people just call home X, home Y, and home Z in order, and home all, so they don't have to do it twice. Go for 50 as an extra caution. Sure. Okay, move quickly to X-axis and stop there. First pass. Why? Move quickly to X-axis and stop there. Is this trying to move to some arbitrary large negative number? Go back a few millimeters, move slowly to the X-axis and stop. Return current to 100%. Hey, Christopher. Duet is a board manufacturer. Reprap Firmware is a control software firmware. So you'd be asking what's the difference between Reprap Firmware and Clipper, and it's just different ways of doing things. They're both capable. So this is going to go in a positive direction, some positive direction over 120. Let's just go 130. And I get what they're doing here. And this is going to be the same thing. Some positive direction since I'm homing to the max instead of the min. I gotta walk the little fur baby again. May not get back until after you're done. See ya. See you, Andrew. It's likely going to a hotel and the clerk says you have to make your own bed. And you say, okay, they hand you a saw and a hammer. So does this look like a reasonable home X file? Also added a wait loop. But for basic testing, if I save that, and now if I home X, what happens? Let's find out. It worked. It's not nearly sensitive enough. So let's go back. Stall detection. So what is the value is at 0 right now. Which direction gets more sensitive? Ugly, but it worked. That's okay. So which value, and it's to 63, 0 to 63 and negative 63. Which direction gets more, oops, I was scrolling through documentation here. Test for belt tightness. This is not a one and done procedure as each printer is a little different. Baseline range for these commands. Toolhead says I'm homing. See ya, Steven. It worked though. It moved in the correct direction and it eventually stopped. What are the ranges? M915 is a powerful command. It controls a dynamic system with many parameters. This parameters combination sets bigger number is less sensitive. Negative is more sensitive. So if we go back over here, that's the M915 command. If we go to config and we go down to the what was that? Was it 915? What was that command? M915. I should have an M915 here, right? 915. I do not have an M915. Is this a different? Am I in the wrong board? If we go back to the configurator, we set this up, or was it? Now, did I set this correctly? So for end stops, I said multiple motor load detection. So does the interface have an emergency stop button, or do you have to type? There's an emergency stop button in there. Oh, in the home G at the beginning of it, because it's also for stall detection during print. But did I set this correctly? Oh, okay. Let's go back over here. Not in this file. It's in the home.g file. HomeX. Oh, it's not here either. Where is that information, Nurglerat? Because if I set, I mean, in the configurator, it didn't actually give me anything here. Is it up here? No, this is the end stop. This should have been the G-code preview, and it's not. All it's doing is configuring. S4 is probably saying what it's doing. What if I set this to single motor load detection? What does that look like? Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So this just didn't give me, oh, here. Oh, hey, look at there. There was a homeall.g here. Is there a 915 in here? No, there's still not. There's still not any of the stuff that you need for the sensorless homing. Well, there is no 915 in here. I think there's some missing stuff here. So, if we go back to stall detection, the setup here, you look at there, but this, it should look something like this. The next step is to change your homing files. Sensorless homing requires the use of M913 command. But I thought it said M915 up here. Was I just reading it wrong? Yeah, there's a 915 command up here. Oh, this is the current. 913 is homing current. Your home G should look at this same. Stall detection. If you are going to use sensorless homing and stall detection, move the 915 command that you use for sensorless homing to the start of each homing macro, and add a second 915 command at the end of each homing macro that reverts a setting to stall detection. put the 915 command for stall detection in config.g as outlined below. Okay, so that's what you were talking about. That's okay. That's why I have end stops. It's okay. This is good. This is good learning. This is good learning. If I take what you said there though, and I go just somewhere in here, I need to do a M915. And what is the, here, let's go, I want to go here. I want the full explanation of the M915 command. So this is this documentation is cool because it has, look at the enable rehome. There was some comment of 915. Sets the stall detection parameters and optimally the low load current. So drive number to configure. So H is minimum motor full steps per second for stall detection to be considered reliable. So that's the H200. XY S2 stall detection threshold. R0, what's R? Action to take on detecting a stall from any of these drivers. 0 is no action, just log it, or 3 is create an event. So R0, and then F0, F, stall detection filter mode. 0 unfiltered. Okay, so the S number is the threshold. S in most drivers, values range from -64 to +63. For TMC 2209 drivers, the values range from -128 to 127. Lower values make stall detection more sensitive. Values below -10 are not recommended. S3 is a good starting point for many motors. Okay, so I'm going to take what you said there, Nurglrod, and just put it in. So M915 H200 XY. S2 is the sensitivity value. R0 and F0 is basically telling it to not do a couple of things. And I'm just going to leave this right here. I know we probably need to change it at the end of the command, right? The old configurator still gives the home XG stuff, so I think it's the beta problem because of it. The note about sensorless that you need to read the docs. That's fine. So failed to home access X, that was the last error. So if we go back here now and go here, we're just gonna, oops, let's disable the motors. Where is the disable motors? Isn't there a disabled motors? Oops, here. Turn off the motors. Where is that? Where's the turn off steppers? I know, but isn't there a button for it? Sure. M84. Okay, move this back here. And now I'm gonna home X again and see what happens. Okay. M84 is off. Let's turn that down. So what I really want to do is go kind of an extreme other side of that and home X. Let's go, it says don't go lower than -10, so let's go -10. See you, David. I want it to not move. Let's go extra sensitive and then work up on it. So home X. Okay, something's not working right. This isn't applying because I didn't see any change there. Really, if we want to go even further, I'm going to change this to -1. Yeah, exactly, Paul. -127, and see if we're getting any change. Let's go all the way back. And now I'm going to home X. It's not applying. It's not applying at all. So something isn't going. Something's not right. Something in the config isn't right. What I'm probably going to do at this point, because we're at 4.5 hours, nearly 4.5 hours, we're probably going to call it here. I'm going to fix the fans. I've got people, it's starting to get late. I'm going to fix the fans, and I'm not going to change any config, but I'm going to learn what's going on. No, I turned it to 50%. We lowered it to 50%, you know, for the home. So I shouldn't have to restart because it calls home. All I'm doing is changing things in the home G macro, the homex.g macro, or config, or whatever you want to call it. We can try restarting it, but let's try that before we go. It should, yeah, it's calling those commands. That's one of the things with Reprap Firmware. You should be able to enter just about any of those G-code commands at any time, and it applies a change. I'm pretty sure there are some of the config commands that need a board restart to apply, but this shouldn't be one of them. As soon as this comes back up, we'll do a tried switching to Clipper. I think it's a translation error in configure. Waiting for this to come back up. Here. You can wait right along with me. Yeah. So there's a few things that need to be learned. And since my stomach's growling pretty hard, it's probably not ideal learning conditions right now. I'm waiting for this to come back up. I wouldn't run the... I'd like to know what I should put in here, because it said peak current. If it says peak current, I should be able to put the peak current for those. If that's not what it actually means, then we need to get that tweaked. Okay. Let's go back and let's just see if this changed at all. Homex. Nope. Have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. Yeah. It moved. We have it moving. We popped 2 fans. Well, at least 1 fan. We are almost there. So it's peak current for historic reasons and pre-TMC. It should say that then. It should say that then. Anyway, this is good. We made progress. We will continue this. Like I said, this coming weekend is the celebratory stream. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of things to enter to draw for. The West 3D Meet the Maker I will be on in just 2.5 hours. That's another reason why it's a good idea for me to go get some food and relax. So we're almost there. We probably have another stream. Yeah, probably another stream. I'd like to print. I'd like to get things actually going on the panels and stuff. So yeah. So thanks again, Polymaker, for letting me give away a roll of filament. Thanks for everyone who gifted memberships or became members or donated. We will see as many of you as we can in another couple 2.5 hours. Otherwise, I'll see you next stream. So have a good rest of your day, everyone. Take care. Bye.